and register for Europe. Then our civil terms of it is our aim to support and empower the unaccompanied minors population. Of course, this conference represents a collective effort. So, by random reference, let me just introduce my colleagues from Italy, Slovenia, Cyprus, Greece, and Austria. So, Ms. Georgia Hondrou from Italy, CECL, just to be acknowledged of my colleagues, Mr. Stefan Simonsic from Slovenia, Mr. Claire Gortham from Austria, representing Sulvin, Haragakyan and Chloe Michael from Cyprus, and Melina Hakiri, of course, from Athens, from Greece. Over the next few hours, you are familiar with the agenda, so we do have small presentations to do. We have discussions planned, and that will range from research findings to practical insights. We are going to share good practices and sharing experience focusing on the transition of our target population of minors into adulthood through civic education and labor market integration. Here I want to express my my sincere gratitude to all of our speakers and attendees, both offline and of course in physical presence. So your contributions to make this conference is unique. We couldn't do otherwise, and of course our main contributors from the European Union, the European Commission, and the Asylum and Migration Integration Fund for their support, of course. So without further ado, and excuse me for my stress, it's my first time to have this introduction speech. Let's have the conference begin. And I invite Ms. Katerina Mputu. Ms. Katerina Mputu is the legal representative of ARSIS, organization, a social organization for youth support in Greece, and as coordinating actor for the project. I welcome you, Ms. Mputu, to address your speech. Thank you.
Good morning, dear ambassador, dear participant in this room and your room, because a lot of people follow us from distance, dear colleagues from Cyprus, Slovenia, Austria, Italy and Greece, dear friends, with great pleasure I welcome you to this conference for my role focusing on the vital issue of supporting the transition of unaccompanied minors to early adulthood through civic education and labor market integration. Today we are gathered here to discuss and exchange ideas, experience and policies on a project that is of strong importance to future prospects of some of the most disadvantaged members of our society. It is vital that we recognize the importance of our collective efforts to address the unique challenges that unaccompanied minors face as they navigate the complex transition to adulthood in a new and unfamiliar environment. These young people have already overcome huge obstacles, problems on their journey to safety and protection, but their journey is still far from over. here to discuss represent a lighthouse of hope, a commitment to provide these young people with the support, resources and opportunities they need to benefit and succeed in their new home society. At its heart, this project exhibits our shared values of compassion, solidarity, and inclusion as we seek to ensure that no child is left behind, regardless of their background. Through civic education, we aim to empower minors with the knowledge, skills and confidence to actively participate in the civic life of their community. By fostering a deep understanding of democratic principles, human rights and civic responsibilities, we equip these young people with the tools they need. Engage in the responsible citizens who make a positive contribution to society. In addition, our focus on labor market integration highlights our commitment to provide practical pathways to economic independence. Our goal is not just to provide short-term solutions, but to lay the foundations for lasting change. In closing, I invite each of you to approach daily debates with an open mind and a commitment to action. Together, let us build on the power of surprise, of collaboration, innovation, and solidarity to build a better future for unaccompanied minors as they begin their journey to early adulthood. Thank you, my colleagues. Thank you for all for your participation. And special thanks to our partners, our speakers, European Union AMIF program for supporting, and please let me thank personally Kostas Koutras and all ARSIS staff for the last 2 years' work in CIVILHOOD project. I am the first example from the day. I took the support in English of my staff. So it's very good to ask for help, to be open to take this, and in the end to give back the lesson that we learned. And from CIVILHOOD we make strong our thesis that we have to advocate it strong and to work hard to change the situation in Europe and in the national level. Alone, without roots, without support, and we have to make familiar communities, familiar policies, and to guarantee this. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Tutu. Thank you for your warm speech and his great and warm introduction. Our apologies. So we can step in the opening remarks, and I do have to say that we have the honor of inviting a very remarkable individual to address us today. We're privileged to have Ms. Tamara Panger-Poza, the Ambassador of the Republic of Slovenia to Greece. Ms. Ambassador, your presence here today is a proof for the importance of the European cooperation and dialogue. So as we gather here to exchange ideas and explore solutions, your insights and perspectives are invaluable. So as your role as an ambassador represents a bridge between nations, a channel for cooperation, and a facilitator of positive change, please welcome to address your speech.
Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, colleagues, good morning, Kalimera. I'm really honored to have been invited to give this opening remarks at this concluding event of the CIVILHOOD European project, where organizations, as we have already heard, from Greece, Cyprus, Italy, Austria, and my home country, Slovenia, joined forces, received European funds through the Asylum, Migration and Integration Fund, and are here today after a successful 2 years of cooperation. I'm very proud that EPECA, a Slovenian association and social enterprise from Maribor, which forms part of the wider EPECA network, took actively part in the project. And I wish also to welcome the president of EPECA, Mr. Simončić, to this event. I also ARSIS, the Association for the Social Support of Youth, who is the facilitator of the event of today, for all the coordination you have done throughout the duration of this project. In this EU-funded project, we have already heard, we joined forces to strengthen our common practices, common European practices, and actions to promote the treatment of unaccompanied minors in accordance, of course, of the best interest of children, also to promote the entry of these individuals into the country's workforce in a manner which is mutually beneficial to the children and also to the host communities. A very relevant and important topic indeed. But let me say, since I'm ambassador of Slovenia in Greece, just a couple of introductory statements about the cooperation between Slovenia and Greece. True partners in the EU and NATO, we share many interests, including for the stability and the European path of the Western Balkans. We are also two Mediterranean countries. We face many similar challenges, like last year we had floods and fires in both of our countries. And we connect this interest, for example, we are connected through the interest of the environmental concerns in the Mediterranean Sea. And we aim to promote this interest through different channels, among others through the EU-Med-NAI Forum, where I think almost all of our countries, except for Austria, are partners. We have also developed a dynamic political dialogue between Slovenia and Greece, which will be particularly intensive in the coming months. Namely, I'm pleased to announce that the President of Slovenia will be on an official visit to Greece in April, and she will open the Delphi Forum jointly with the Greek President Tsatsos. And prior to that, in March, we'll have political consultations between the Ministries of Foreign Affairs with a focus on enlargement of the Western Balkans. But we also share, as I've already said, pointed to same challenges, and these are also connected to illegal migration, where my country in particular is concerned about the Western Balkans route. And we try to tackle this jointly. And there is a true need to tackle this jointly at the European and global levels, like dismantling the illegal traffickers with an active policy with the countries of origin and so on. And Slovenia is therefore very pleased that we have finally concluded, after years of negotiations, the Asylum and Migration Pact, and we have hopes for its swift implementation. And in this respect, the topic of unaccompanied minors is very, very important, the project that you have been dealing with for the last 2 years. We know that these children face a number of challenges, and I'm sure you are better than me. All these challenges related to their safety, the immigration processes, the family reunification, access to basic services, discrimination, and so on. And to tackle all this, I believe that it is vital that we collaborate, governments, civil society, organizations, and communities. really crucial. So your project has been extremely important. Let me say that the numbers of unaccompanied minors in Slovenia is rather low. We are mainly a transit country in this respect. Nonetheless, we have developed some good practices, like the system of guardian families, for example, that EPK suggested during the course of this project, which could form part of one of the recommendations issued from this project. And I'm convinced that more will be discussed during today's deliberations. So, to conclude, I wish you all a fruitful and successful concluding event, and I really look forward very much to our future cooperation between all of our countries, but in particular with Greece and Cyprus as an ambassador here, not only between governments, but also with non-governmental organizations. So, thank you, and wish you a successful event. Thank you.
Dear Ambassador, thank you. And on behalf of our consortium, I extend our sincerest gratitude for your presence and your time here to address this speech that tackle all the main issues being from our consortium and also are being undertaken in a policy level. So thank you very much. For next, I'm pleased to give the floor for her own greeting to Ms. Monica Exton from her role as policy officer in the European Commission in Athens.
Ladies and gentlemen, good morning, and also from my side. It's an honor to be here today on behalf of DG Home and take part in the findings of this transnational project, CIVILHOOD, which was selected and funded by DG Home from 1st of January 2022. And I would like to thank ARSIS for the excellent organization and the partners for their very good work, and we are looking forward to receiving the final deliverables soon. And I want to say to start with that the Commission fully supports the objective of this project, which sounds obvious, but it's sometimes overlooked in the discussion when we talk about unaccompanied minors, to advocate for the treatment of unaccompanied minors as individuals with rights. And when we talk about integration in general, and when we talk about this specific issue of transition of unaccompanied minors to adulthood, I have to say, first of all, that there's no common EU legal obligation. There's no obligatory framework in these two areas. And also, I would say that this will not be regulated in the Pact of Migration. The Pact of Migration will put emphasis on the protection of vulnerable groups, but it will not change anything drastically in this specific field, which doesn't mean that there are not things going on, of course. And also, I want to say that this issue concerns thousands of people across the EU. It's difficult to have the exact number of unaccompanied minors in the EU. We don't have these numbers. But we know that between, for example, 2015 and 2020, more than 225,000 unaccompanied minors applied for asylum in the EU. And more than 40% of those were aged 16 to 17, which means that they were very close to adulthood. So the transition to adulthood is something very important, because most of them, when they arrive in the EU, they are of this age. So on top of that, we know, of course, that there are thousands of unaccompanied minors who arrive in the EU when they don't apply for asylum, and they have special problems. And here also we know that there are differences between the member states in the EU. For example, the ones who come to Greece, most often they do apply for asylum, whereas in Italy they don't, for different reasons. And as was already said by the ambassador of Slovenia, there is this protection gap when they turn 18. They lose the support of their guardians or representatives. some have difficulties to regularize their situation in the countries where they live. It's difficult to find proper accommodation until they turn 18. They can stay in a shelter or they can stay in a secure environment. And after that, when they turn 18, they have to find a place of their own. And in general, they no longer receive the support that they do receive. For example, in terms of psychosocial support. So all this leads to a gap, and that's why it's so important studies like this and initiatives like this to see what we can do to help them in this transition. And we also know that in many member states there is some kind of what we call aftercare, and that's also something where the findings of your study can feed in. So I already said that there's no legal obligations in this field on EU level, but what the Commission does is that it provides support via funding. And there are also recommendations to the Member States. For example, there is a Commission Action Plan on Integration and Inclusion, 2021 to 2027, so it's still applicable. And this action plan specifically calls on the Member States to support and develop programs for the transition of unaccompanied minors to adulthood. So, the Commission encourages the Member State to prepare for the transition in advance through support in education, vocational training, and coaching and mentoring. So this project is fully in line, of course, with this recommendation. And the fact that it focuses on civic education and making the minors aware of their rights is, I think, very important to prevent exploitation later on, for example, in the labor market, but not only, and in general to facilitate their integration in the EU. And finally, I want to recall the two objectives of EU transnational projects, founding projects, which there are two of them. The first one is to share experiences between member states and colleagues, so you and one of your colleagues in the member states, who are working in the same field. That's what we call EU networking dimension. But also I want to stress the second aspect, which is to promote practices in other member states facing the same challenges. It's what we call EU added value, and that's where you come in. So we would therefore ask you to share your deliverables, especially the handbooks, widely, and also to share the methodology you have used with the other partners from the co-op you participated in. And we also urge you to engage in advocacy with the national authorities so that the results can feed into their policy making. And this includes also informing the managing authorities that are managing the national programs of EU funds, of these results. And finally, DG Home would like to advise you to consult the FTOP, that I'm sure all of you know what it is. It's a platform where you can find all the information about the calls and the funding. So that you are aware of the next opportunities for calls. So with this, I wish you a very pleasant and fruitful meeting today.
Thank you, Ms. Ekström, for your speech, and all your notes are well received, of course. You already tackled the main outcomes of our project. So you seem to be active and proactive in a way for us to proceed in the right actions to deliver and disseminate our deliverables and our methodology in a way to be sustainable, not just in a national level, but in a European level as well. During these 2 years of implementation, we indeed had a lot of work going on, a lot of research and a lot of data receiving from our research phase. So all of this, it should be and it would be disseminated with our handbooks until the finalization of our project. Thank you for addressing this speech, and let's now turn to today's first online participation, and let us welcome to address her remark Ms. Annika Mariotti, who is a Director of International Projects of the Themistokles and Dimitris Tsatsos Foundation Center for European Constitutional Law in Greece, a main partner of the project, which also coordinates with ARSIS this event. Do we have Ms. Kamariotti online? Hello, Ms. Kamariotti. We can hear you at time, I'm sure. Okay. How are we tackling this issue, guys? Okay, Ms. Kamariotti, if you... Okay, so if you can hear me, we haven't heard your speech. You were unmuted, so if you could repeat your opening remark, your address to our conference, it would be perfect. Just give us a second to check on the connectivity. Excuse us. This happens. Thank you for remaining so calm, Ms. Kamariotti. Okay, shall we move forward and maybe reserve your time at the end of this session of the opening remarks, so we could be in place to hear you, because we can't hear you at now. So, Ms. Evdokia Bakalu is coming next. Yeah, of course. Since it was the first online participation, it was no time previously to check on this. Shall we move forward?
unaccompanied minors for vulnerable persons and institutional protection, Mr. Moskov. We would like to thank all the speakers for taking part in this conference and ask all of you for connecting this morning. According to the National Strategy for the Protection of Unaccompanied Minors, one of our main priorities is the smooth integration and of the unaccompanied minors and then transition to adulthood. So we're looking forward to fruitful discussions with all CIVILHOOD partners. And we would like to thank you for the invitation to this amazing venue and wishing all the best for a very successful conference. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Bacaro. Thank you to all the participants until now for engaging in our opening remarks session, and especially for standing active from your roles within our European and Greek national policy strategy. Your present and active participation, because you are all very specific to what our project practice. So indeed, you are very active. And I'd like now to proceed to a small presentation. We want to set the frame and the main activities and outcomes of our CIVILHOOD project. It's going to be the base of our next discussion, next panel discussions. So the CIVILHOOD project is actively engaged in empowering young individuals and professionals, supporting them in 5 participating countries by organizations with access to this population, of course. So the consortium was formulated based on this background, prior experience of implementation of projects and expertise on the related tasks, in order to achieve at the most effective way the primary outcomes of our project. Info details on the consortium partners, of course, you are into the shared sample materials, but briefly let me say that ARSIS Association is a non-governmental organization supporting youth since 1992. So they are of great experience in the advocacy of their rights, and it operates since then in mainland and also in island Greece. CECL is one of the most active Greek non-profit research institutes and active in constitutional institute, law and good governance. CECL is a part of a network of organizations in Palermo supporting the integration, social and labor inclusion of unaccompanied minors. EPECA, as we already are familiar with, provides daily operation services to different age groups and nationalities of migrants in Slovenia. And from Austria, Sweden is an expert organization for global citizenship education and civic education with their headquarters in Vienna. In Vienna, also, we do have a second partner, the Kinderfreunde organization, which is one of the biggest student organization in Austria, running hundreds of student groups in all regions of Austria, and also runs 2 shelters for unaccompanied minors. So we did have the chance to exchange in great level. Now, what is the background of this consortium being formulated? Our background was all this atmosphere. The financial factors, the evolving climate change, the ongoing wars right now that threaten the international community have a great impact in migration rates. So that leads to the common assumptions that without integration efforts, migrants are quickly bounded and their participation in society is limited. Since the beginning of the migration crisis in 2015, alarming numbers of unaccompanied children have been seeking protection in Europe as Ms. Exmo already highlighted. So in recent years, many projects relevant to labor market integration were implemented. However, there are only few, even very few linking civic education and labor market integration. So there is a CIVILHOOD project come to propose and trying to create educational tools in order to empower minors directly to them. Education, of course, is recognized as a priority policy area for achieving the integration of refugees or asylum seekers, which is a precondition for employability, as we already know. By the completion of this project, we have now the evidence that minors, they already have increased their knowledge and understanding of civic education, and through our training sessions, they improve their labor market skills. So how we try to do this? This goal is addressed directly to the development of a training methodology. Training methodology links civic education and the skills to empower them, and also link them with national and European stakeholders. This happens throughout a multi-stakeholder needs assessment approach, and that was one of the most difficult parts. This was a reach out of 100 stakeholders per organization. So this formulated all our methodology. This was a tailor-made handbook. It was made after the findings that we did receive from our research. So, of the need analysis phase of research and collection of good practices, we did manage to develop two basic training materials, one for minors and one for various stakeholders. Training sessions was conducted both for minors and also for professionals working with them, and was conducted at the same time in all 5 participation countries. So imagine all this impact and all this range that we did have at that time. So the high participation of external stakeholders working with young migrants was something, and is something to highlight. The trainings were undertaken by employees and workers from organizations and institutions, professionals involved in the integration process of unaccompanied minors, and also many various other stakeholders that they wish to be trained on this innovative new training method. So during this phase, we did have 150 unaccompanied minors participating in the pilot testing, 30 per country. This is something very difficult at the time that the implementation stage was running on, because of course of the COVID era. This was difficult for many partners to come in person with minors, or for their professionals to train them on our training materials. However, we did manage to do it and receive very valuable feedback from them. And we did produce the training materials for stakeholders, as we already said, and another material for unaccompanied minors. Following these activities, we did have a highlight activity that it was a transnational one. The project conducted the evaluation of our training materials in the end. So during this transnational activity, one of the key lessons learned was the common assumption that the need for more and appropriate support and guidance to minors for all professionals participating in, who need to find their way in unfamiliar areas. So, and societies had to ensure their smooth transition to adulthood. This is something that was received for all all of them. So it is something to highlight. So participants in the training in this activity in Vienna expressed the view that the civilhood materials or modules developed indeed produce strong support to their work with unaccompanied minors. So I want to congratulate our work and our consortium partners conducting all these trainings together in Vienna. The project partners have put together, and today we will put up for discussion also some policy proposals. Intervention axes and key barriers faced by the minors, as well as the challenges that NGOs are called upon to overcome in the advocacy process, and also implementation on their social policies per member state in Europe. These policy proposals were handled during a roundtable discussion. If we can move forward to the next slide, please. To MPs, where our consortium participants highlighted the key areas of intervention. We shall move forward a bit more. Sorry. Yeah, this was the part that we had the training activities in Vienna. And also, following this, we did have the chance to produce some policy proposals, and it was a great experience. I did have the opportunity to address with my consortium partners these policy proposals to MPs, to the policymakers. It was a great discussion, and our proposals were well received, and we did have the chance to move forward our experience working in the field, and they had the chance to enlighten us for the next period and the proposals under this theme. So I think the Civilhood project we'll further discuss it in the panel later on policy proposals. So let's move forward to the Civilhood handbooks. The Civilhood handbooks are going to be delivered during this month in 5 languages, including the most commonly spoken language of migrants, the Urdu, Farsi, and French, apart from our national languages per partner organization and per national scope, of course. The added value offered by Civilhood directly focusing on civic education and the integration into the labor market, and should be disseminated among all member states. And so about the sustainability of it, about the capacity building, and also the long-term use of our handbooks. We are going to talk to the next panel discussion with great participants coming on. Our project coming to an end, but our efforts to ensure a smooth transition to adulthood for children as member of our European community will continue further. This is why we look to open the discussion today with you, focusing in integration policies, your experience, and which are necessary both in order for us to look at the opportunities to further examine and implement them to a European level. Minors insist on dreaming. This is what I received from all interviews and studies and working with them. They look forward to a better tomorrow. So the safest way to succeed to their dreams is through education. We hope that we produced, and I'm sure that we did produce some quality materials This is, it's worth taking for you as professionals to use it, to use a part of it, to work with it and test it. And we are very glad to further collaborate on this matter, having some training sessions or some common trainings with you, and have the chance to show you our work conducted throughout these 2 years of implementation. So thank you. This was just an overview of our main activities and main outcomes out of this project. And we shall take a break in order to find our panel seats among partner consortiums, and see you in 10 minutes to open a discussion with the thematic of the challenges that minors and professionals faced during this project, how we did receive it and how they did receive it, and also about the civic education, of course, the cultural barriers, and also the sustainability part that, of course, it's of high priority. Thank you. And see you in 10 minutes. We do have a coffee break, so thank you. Thank you.
Hello, good afternoon. So now we will have the chance to hear the opening remark of Ms. Annika Mariotti. She's the Director of International Projects of the Center for European Constitutional Law. We had the technical issue, but now I think we're good to go. Hello, Annie, can you hear us?
Hello, everyone. I hope you now hear me well. I understand that before I was speaking and nobody heard me. So hopefully all works fine. Thank you for the permission. And thank you to everybody for being here. So shall I still say good morning? I would like to still say good morning to all. I would like to send a very warm welcome on my behalf as well to the CIVILHOOD conference. I'm Anne. I'm the Director of Projects at the Center for European Constitutional Law, which is one of the implementing partners of CIVILHOOD project. Just a few words on who we are. We are a public foundation. We coordinate the national focal point for FRA, the European Union Agency on Fundamental Rights. And we're also a permanent participant in the Greek National Commission for Human Rights, which is the advisory body to the Greek state on matters related to human rights. And all this is to say that we conduct vast research on human rights issues. And not surprisingly, our research continuously verifies the pressing issues surrounding the welfare and the future and the treatment that we extend to unaccompanied children. All the previous speakers touched upon this extremely important issue. These issues are not new. So what we want to do is bring a practical twist in the way we approach these matters in the projects in which we participate. And it's very unfortunate to say that although not new and often discussed, they're still pressing, they're still unresolved. So the CIVILHOOD project, I believe, if not anything, is certainly a token of our commitment to assume our collective responsibility in doing our best to ensure that unaccompanied children meet with the protection and the support they deserve. So without further ado, I will leave you to proceed to much more enriching discussions. I would like to thank ARSIS for coordinating this project. I would like to thank all the partners of the CIVILHOOD consortium for their hard work during these 2 years, I believe, or maybe more. The speakers and panelists who have honored us with their presence today, we're grateful. Thank you very much for your time. And foremost, my colleagues, Mrs. Melina Chalkidi and Mrs. Sofia Tsurinaki, for their passion and hard work and impeccable results in this project. So thank you all very much. Thank you for bearing with me in my belated welcoming speech. I hope you find the next sessions engaging and enriching. And I wish you an enjoyable and fulfilling conference. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Annie, on behalf of everyone here. So I think now we're ready to go with the first panel discussion. My name is Melina Chalkidi. I have just very recently joined the Center for European Constitutional Law. However, I have a long experience working with unaccompanied minors in Greece. Today I will act as a moderator for this discussion to be carried out by my wonderful colleagues here, our partners. And we'll try to shed some light through their experience through the CIVILHOOD project. And please feel free as well to actively participate. We do have a Q&A session after the discussion with our colleagues, who you will see are indeed a very diverse group of professionals. So I'm really looking forward to this discussion. I think we all do recognize that the journey of unaccompanied minors is a a very complex and multifaceted one. So we'll first try to shed light on the challenges they face so that we see how we can work towards some effective strategies and collaborations, not only at national level, but of course through European projects at the EU level as well. So let's open the discussion with this crucial aspect, the significant challenges that these unaccompanied minors face during their transition to early adulthood, which of course is a multidimensional issue with implications not only on their well-being, but also on their future prospects in general. So, my beloved panelists, could you please share your perspectives on the most pressing challenges faced by these young adults and when they're actually transitioning to adulthood? Who would like to kick off the discussion?
I will if I can. Can you hear me? So, unaccompanied minors face several significant challenges when transitioning to early adulthood, depending on cultural background, legal status, and available support systems. Some of the challenges we have identified is the lack of sufficient support systems, which can cover for the absence of a consistent family support and role models, leading to lack of emotional and financial support, affecting their overall well-being and their ability to cope with the challenges of adulthood. This is why it's important for the social welfare system to create a network of services that provides for the basic needs of each individual unaccompanied minor, physical, social, and psycho-emotional. Another challenge we have identified is that they may experience interruptions in their education during their migration to the host country. Some may not have any education at all, and also language barriers and lack of resources. In the case of Cyprus, unaccompanied minors at the age of 15 or over, they're less likely to be absorbed from the educational system. So that means due to the lack of spaces of schools. For those who are absorbed in the education system, catching up with the academic requirements and a new educational system can be challenging, especially when the education system is not well prepared or not well equipped to cover their individual needs. Furthermore, they face complex immigration and legal challenges, including uncertainty about the immigration status. So they're highly dependable on the welfare system, and that means if the system fails to work, they face many challenges for their integration into a new society. This can have a major impact on their mental health due to uncertainty and confusion. And also they face difficulties in integrating into a new society and adapting to cultural norms and values and establishing a sense of belonging, and language barriers can also hinder their social interactions. So we believe that addressing these issues requires a comprehensive approach involving legal support, educational resources, mental health services, and community integration programs to ensure the well-being and the successful transition of unaccompanied minors to early adulthood.
Thank you very much, Chloe, for your insights. So, do you think that there are any systemic gaps that actually exacerbate these challenges?
Thank you, Melina. Well, yeah, there are several systemic gaps in current support systems that worsens the challenge faced by the unaccompanied minors transitioning to early adulthood. First of all, there is a limited access to education services. For instance, educational systems are not well equipped to address the unique needs of the unaccompanied minors, such as the language barriers and interrupted schooling. Also, educators are not trained and equipped well to cover for the individual needs of the minors. Well, another systemic gap is the limited employment support, as it is harder for the minors to acquire necessary skills and find the sustainable employment. For example, in Cyprus, unaccompanied minors can work only in specific areas, and and for specific hours only. Therefore, if they do not acquire the necessary skills, it is harder for them to find the employment. Additionally, another systemic gap has to do with the insufficient psycho-emotional support services. The access to mental health services worsens the psychological impact for the migration experience, such as the trauma they had, which associated with the journey to their host countries, or the separation from their family and the stress of the adapting to a new culture. So all of this can contribute to mental health issues. We also can mention about the limited access to the community integration programs in general. There is inadequate community support at helping the unaccompanied minors integrate into their new host communities and countries in general. And this is difficult for them to learn the language and make the contacts with the local people. This is a result that there is no sense of belonging. Due to the involvement in recreational activities, development of social skills and knowledge of local cultures and environment. It is also important to mention the exploitation risks as a systemic gap. What we mean is that gaps in the educational and employment systems increase the risk of criminal activity from the unaccompanied minors, because it is an easy way for them to earn money instead of seeking legal employment, because of the lack of education, the skills, and of course the language barriers. In general, we need to highlight that there is a lack of a holistic model of social services provision, and this is lack of coordination between different support agencies, which creates gaps in assistance at all. This is from me. I don't know if any of my colleagues could mention anything about it.
I would like to say that all participants during our implementation, we did highlight all these main axes that you highlighted just now. There are common gaps, common obstacles faced by the beneficiaries, as well as the challenges from our organization throughout this very, very difficult era, the COVID era. I insist, but it was even very hard to activate the local communities as well. It's not a systemic gap, but it was challenging. So I would like to say that all this that our colleagues said, this was common findings. So yeah, of course, Georgia.
Thank you all. Yeah, exactly. I want to ask if there was a difference in your country of operation that you would like to highlight.
Yes, okay. Thank you. So my name, we didn't present our names. I think it's important also to say. My name is Georgia, and I'm representing an Italian organization, but as you can hear from my name, I'm from Greece. So I've had the opportunity to see the differences and the similarities between the Italian system and that of Greece since I started working in migration coming from Thessaloniki, and then I moved to Palermo, where CECL is based. Before I introduce the differences that I see in Italy, I would like to make also another point, which talks about the fact that in the end, unaccompanied minors are maybe one of the most protected groups of people in migration right now. And I think this is important to take this into consideration, because they being minors, they being children, gives them access due to the fact that the rights of the children in the European Union are really strongly promoted. And what we see in Italy is that if for people it's possible to arrive between the age of 17, let's say until the age of 17 and 364 days, their future in the country is much more different than what happens if they arrive at the age of 18. And that talks about the systemic gaps on not only promoting autonomy or promoting inclusion processes, but also the fact that we cannot expect for people to live in a good state of mind in the countries if there are no systemic changes in them. I would add that in Italy we've seen, and I think this is something also our research brought forward, that the essence of autonomy, or what is considered as such, has to be put a lot in discussion into the way that our services, inclusion services, the way that professionals work in the sector act. That means that we treat systemically the children that arrive in our in the European members as people who haven't went through a migration route, who haven't had to be by themselves and to try to make their living in that state. And they come into the reception systems in all European countries, and they are treated as children. So they are not, we don't extend so much the way that we approach these minors, and I think this is something that we have to take into consideration into the change that we need to promote in our reception systems. And to that, Italy, for example, has tried, I mean, it was considered one of the best reception systems until 2016. Then things changed politically, so that's also something else to take into consideration. But what we have that isn't present in Greece, for example, is that the minors have the possibility to access to protection for arriving as minors until the age of 21. This can give them the possibility of 3 more years to be present in the reception facilities and to have access to services that adults, as I was saying before, if somebody arrives at the age of 18, a lot of protection mechanisms are not put in place. So it allows for them to proceed into this idea of autonomy in a much more thorough way, even though we know it's not enough in any case, but at least.
I just wanted to add one point that in regard of the very definition of minors, there can begin the shock these children can experience, because in most of the country in the world, you are not minor, you are not adult with 18. So even if they had good condition in their country of origin, they were not prepared to be adult with 18. They are adult with 21, so they have this first shock. They're like, oh my God, tomorrow I'm going to be adult. And that also was just one word I wanted to add to this gap and challenges from the perspective of the children.
Thank you all so much for these comprehensive insights. Now, let's turn our attention to the cultural dimensions of this transition, understanding that the role of cultural considerations in civic education and labor market integration is of paramount importance. So I would like to ask you, from your experience, are there any good practices that highlight the significance of tailoring these initiatives to the cultural needs of these young people?
Since I started talking about autonomy, I think this is something that can return as a discussion. It's a discussion around cultural dimension, interculturality. It has to be, in my opinion, quite deconstructed. Because what happens very often is that we know that human beings need to have stereotypes because it's a way for us to comprehend reality, and it's our way to understand the people around us. They are vital for our brains, but it becomes problematic when, from our experience as professionals, we tend to create these mechanisms of analysis that are completely based on our personal experiences or on the studies that we have done, and we don't put anything more in question. Meaning that if I am a worker in a reception facility and I have had experiences with people from, let's say, the Nigerian community, which doesn't mean anything in the end because we know that Nigeria is a huge country, but then I start to create these misconceptions as to how people from the specific context act, or from a specific religious background, or from a specific, let's say, linguistic background, etc., etc. These aspects put a lot of things, let's say, in discussion, because we tend to approach to our beneficiaries, if we can call them as such, apart from people that are around us in the space, we tend to approach to them in a way that we just see a specific identity. We don't see the individual in the space, and it's in my experience. I'm doing trainings on interculturality for professionals in Italy. I have seen how these misconceptions create a lot of gaps into really involving and understanding the people that are around us, and trying to change a bit also the narrative that exists, and which is partly also our fault. No, we are the first ones to be in touch with people from, let's say, if we're workers in the reception system, we are the first ones to come in touch with specific groups of people, and we extend this information, this knowledge, in the spaces that we are operating in our families, in our groups of friends. And this brings on a narrative that I think can be thoroughly explained also by the political situation in Greece, in Italy, and in many other countries, unfortunately in Europe, and not only. Good practices, I mean, we've seen the importance of training medical personnel, because there are, let's say, the way to access to the health system, or the idea of the doctor, can be different from person to person, but again, without creating this generalized overview of people being from a specific country and not having having a specific mentality. We've seen, for example, because we are doing also sex education, gender and sex education with minors and adults, we've seen that there is this misconception that if somebody comes from a majority Muslim country, they are definitely going to be anti-LGBTQ, or they are not going to consider women's rights, because this is the narrative that exists around us, and we contribute to it. So in our trainings, what we are trying to do is start from a point where respecting diversity doesn't mean not respecting our identities as human beings that are being raised in different contexts, meaning that if I, as a trainer, and I, as a professional, come in the space with my beliefs, I will try to not hide them, because it's not, unless they, of course, in the context that my beliefs are not going to suppress somebody else's beliefs, but I will try to bring them in the table and not deny that my identity is what it is, because this creates much more gaps into the intercultural communication. This creates much more gaps into really learning from each other, and if we want to expect that things will change in the way that we imagine Europe, I think that as we are expecting those arriving to understand our system and to understand our system of beliefs, I mean, and to adapt to it. It's our responsibility as well to make a step forward into changing and to understanding better how we want to make our world better, not only changing what the others believe, I would say. There would be so many things to say on this discussion, to be honest, but I think, I think one of the things that we've seen a lot of times, not only working with professionals but also with minors, is that we need to create a group interaction with the local community. Otherwise, we cannot expect to make concrete changes. In our civilhood courses, for example, we in Italy, we decided that they shouldn't be only open to minors with migration background, but that they could be open to minors from schools of Italy, because we think that it's the interaction itself and the basic skill set under civic education that is necessary for all young people, not only those arriving with the migration path. So, for example, this gave us the possibility to really see how groups can be created and know, and there is possibility to understand better each other and to break down misconceptions. So the good practice I would suggest, or something that I would bring much more also in the European policies, if I could have a decision making, even though I can't, I don't, I would promote much more the idea behind coexisting and learning from each other, rather than teaching those coming in Europe.
Thank you very much, Georgia. I think I couldn't agree more. I think recognizing and valuing their cultural identities, not only the minors, of course, the refugees in general, could only contribute to a more effective and sustainable integration and inclusivity process. So thank you very much for this. Would anyone else from the panel would like to add something, a specific experience emerged through the project?
Because I like what Georgia said, just to emphasize this with deconstructing the concept we have from culture, that's ours, but there's no need to extend it everywhere and everyhow. Just think about yourself, especially when you are 15 and somebody will come and ask you, what is your culture? I mean, those children, most of them have never have something to do with defining culture, and we put the culture of the whole country on their head. I say, now come, that's your culture. Tell me about that. So that's something we try to avoid in our approach, valuing the person, but not the culture. The culture will come afterwards, when we know each other and we start exchanging. Maybe we will find out that we have much more common habits and customs, and maybe some other that are different. But that should be afterwards. In front of you, there's a person, and that is with the many identity. So that's how we try to approach our participants in the course of the project.
Perfect. Thank you very much, both of you. So now, before we delved into the challenges faced by the refugee and unaccompanied minors, now let's keep our focus on the practical solutions and good practices, not best practices. So could you highlight some initiatives undertaken throughout the project that have proven effective in this respect and have helped the minors feeling more, well, let's say, contributing to their well-being? I think the core of Civilhood project, the civic education, would give a response to that. What do you think?
Thank you. Now going to talk longer, so maybe that's time for me to introduce myself. My name is Tekler Ngoptam. That's very fun because my name has an NGO. And everybody thinks I'm an NGO, but you're not quite wrong because I work for an NGO in Austria. Now for something like 27 years, I've been working on this organization doing global citizenship education. And that has been a very core, let's say, arm we use in the course of our project to try to apply and suggest good, let's say, good approaches of education and of trainings, you know. What to start with? Just one example. We plan to have, or we actually had, in transnational training in Vienna for trainers and stakeholders, and we changed like the profile of the participant to let in also the unaccompanied minors. So that was a big change we made because how can we assess what we did or what we are going to suggest to the user without having the user being here and exchanging with us. And that shows the level of our encounters. So we try to have the person in front of us like a person from whom we can also learn a lot. And we did, or we tried to do that at each occasion. Especially with children, children really like to be teachers. Maybe when you plan to train them and you start by giving them the role of the teachers and let them teach you something, you will break the ice. So those are kind of small examples we're using. So try to learn a word from one or many of the languages they can speak. Yeah? And so you put them in the position that you're exchanging with them. So those kind of methodology we use in our trainings materials. And we find they are really the best to use. And this approach does not always apply to the minors, to the unaccompanied minors. We try to push them into the educational system to make this educational system ready for all the children, you know, because we mentioned that our educational systems are not ready to welcome the minors. But again, at the first place, they are children, they are learners. So we should have trainers and educational system that welcome everybody, not putting them at, let's say, in a group where they are only minors. We don't like this kind of approach. We will put them with the other children and, let's say, encourage them. I don't like the word teach them because they have a lot of potential inside themselves. We just need to take them out. So to encourage them to be ready to encounter other people. And something I personally miss in our project is that our content will be about the culture, being ready for the market. But what about all the other topics like environment, like all the topics our children are learning? So we seem to show that those topics, they are not for them. So they are to deal with the language, to deal with the culture, to deal with, but when are they going to learn about environmental challenges? Where are they going to learn about mathematics? So that's why we try really to push the system, the very education system, to be ready for them. So when you see our handbook soon, you will realize that we were very innovative in the educational approaches we try to use. There's always room for better. Otherwise, we should close all the doors. So we left something like you could add in, but we try to do our best to make it innovative and yeah. Thank you.
Thank you so much. You were very, very concrete and concise, Tekler. Thank you so much. Okay, is there anyone else that would like to add something on this? No? Okay, so now something that I think all project managers are very stressed about since the beginning of the projects, their sustainability. I would like to ask you now, how can we craft initiatives for our projects through your experience that can be impactful but sustainable at the same time? So are there any strategic, let's say, next steps that you envision for Civilhood project?
My name is Stefan. I come from Slovenia, from a big organization. You know, just for the introduction, Slovenia is just 2 million of people, so you know, it's like a small Athens. So the situation by us is in this project was very meaningful and very learningful for us. And in the sense of the numbers, we could approach a little bit different to this project. This means maybe we could maybe more go into the deep of situation of the unaccompanied minors by us. So everything what was told till now was also was directed to us or to our situation of unaccompanied minors. But sustainability is something that, you know, in each project is a question, and also European added value and everything of that we are pushing like from NGO sector, where we have to admit we are small. This is okay, AMIF is a big fund, but our project is in this sense not so big. You know, our consortium is, you know, a tiny, let's say, stakeholder in all the situation that we want to solve. Just maybe to express my frustration, one of our projects in the past, after 5 years, was adopted by our government. So this is some of our results. Yeah, thank you, but still we wanted more. We are pushing in each project more because we want to achieve everything what we really mean. It's good for our consumers and our beneficiaries, but it's quite hard, especially we have to admit that we are working on the field. We are not so much, especially my organization, we are not so much, you know, policy recommendation. This is one of our rare projects that we are doing that, and I don't know why, but somehow politics doesn't involve me so much in the decisions. So just a little bit of a joke, but what I wanted to tell, also I wanted to express Melina something that she has tomorrow birthday. Yes, it's connected with the project, of course. So who usually express first time to you happy birthday? Who tells you that usually?
Family members.
Family members. And this is something that we developed in this project. Of course, it was not in the topics of the project. You know, we are trying to reach the government, we are trying to reach the stakeholders, but at the end, these are children and everybody needs families. I have to admit also, I'm connected with my mother too much, my wife says, but each of us needs family, each of us needs somebody that send us greetings for our holidays, for our birthdays, and I hope in the future our project will continue in that sphere. We were already working on that, so not directly legislation of foster care or tourism, how it is in our state, so that family who is interested adopts not technically, he is not later the beneficiary of heritage, but he has family. So during the weekends, during the holidays, like Christmas, like Easter, like everything, when Europeans' values are somehow shared through family roots, not through government, not through, will also be connected with this person, unaccompanied minor. So he will have mother, father who can after 18 years old still has connection, still is in contact. So this is something that this project has done. We came over the situation that of course we wrote and we did, but we think in the future much more needs to be done, and also going in the sphere that usually European projects do not. But we hope government in the future, especially ours, who were already recognized. Afternoon, our head of migration of the state will join, and he knows already about this initiative. And I hope, because we are still a small country, I think we can carry out a pilot project about that with partner consortium like we are, and then maybe of course we learned something about you, we adopt it to our needs, and also we try to upgrade. So we hope sustainability, added value and everything after this project, I'm sure there is, but I hope it will continue. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Stefan, for your lively speech and for telling everyone I'm getting older tomorrow. Okay. Is there anyone else that would like to add in?
Yeah. Because you mentioned the mother, maybe I am too mother, but I think one aspect of sustainability we tend to neglect is the encounter we do, especially as trainers or as stakeholders. This moment we are dealing with a child, that's very crucial. The impact we can leave behind us can be very sustainable. So that's also one of the let's say, what we try to explain in our handbooks, not to neglect this part in the training, in the service delivery, just that moment when you look at the child and the child can look at you, what you transfer, how you play with your power, because you are there in the position of a power, how you use your power, that will impact the person very much. And those children, they are also multipliers. They talk to each other. They tell about their experience. So yes, we formulated recommendations, and all the things we think will change the policies, but also this small moment, please, they are also important. Yeah.
Thank you, Claire, for taking this a step further. So, given now the European context of the project, you would like to add? Yeah, sure, go ahead.
Yes. Maybe, yes. No, because I think one interesting aspect about sustainability, apart from the idea around family, European values in that, and also how we interact with people, is also understanding that the systems in the European members, even though they represent different, let's say, parts of the route of migration. No? In this consortium, we have countries that are transit countries, countries that are arrival or destination countries. And what we've seen also through the research is that even though we can understand that the systems in these different, let's say, countries, I mean, we are just 6 here, but analyzing in the European context, we've seen that even if there are basic differences between an arrival and destination country, in the end, the system is not appropriate. Is not giving enough services, or is not adapting the services enough. We can take as an example the German model, if I can call it like that, in a very informal way. That the arrival in the German context means that you are supposed to attend the specific classes of learning German. So you have this first step of being pushed into a language learning that we know it's essential. If you don't speak the language, I mean, I can speak by personal experience, since in the meantime I wasn't speaking the language in Italy, I wasn't able to participate. So we know that language is essential. But it doesn't work. It doesn't work. It's not enough. So I think that it's this idea that projects can take over services can, in my opinion, be a bit problematic, because we should consider how the innovation that comes from the projects can be sustainably integrated into the services that the national systems and national governments implement. Because it's not enough if organizations like CECL, like PECA, like Should-Wind, ARSIS, CODECA, CECL are taking over the role of the government or the country. So I think this is something to consider when we talk about sustainability. And as the civil society organizations, we cannot guarantee it, unfortunately.
Yeah, I think it's very important. Thank you, Georgia, for highlighting this, because we do have representatives here today of EU agencies and national authorities, so it's always good to note. So now, given the European context of our project, it would be also important, I think, to discuss the possible collaboration between countries, as you guys did, stakeholders, NGOs, and the broader community. So how was your experience with that, and how important you think this is?
Okay, I would like to take a step back, though. I would like to take this chance to say that I do not bring past experience from the field. I'm just working in ARSIS lately during this project, and I do bring forward the experience I gained with the professional working during our process. So something to highlight, and something that is linked to your question, your suggestion here, on how collaboration among stakeholders, among NGOs, could better, let's say, tailor the support to the ongoing needs of minors, that they are rapidly changing as society is changing. So I think, and I'm bringing forward that long-term funding is something that all professionals from various organizations, institutions, policymakers, NGOs, they all brought forward this, that to sustain the provision of services and support minors over in the long term, we do need long-term funding. In other cases, we can collaborate, we always do, as a society, but it also aims to this, the collaborations of NGOs could pull out more funding in order to better support the needs of our target population. So also the role of the communities, that we didn't have so much the chance to go deep in and see how could the mentorship maybe could help them in order to be more included in societies. In this case, we do have a very nice initiative, another program funded by the European Commission and AMIF. ARSIS is the coordinator, but I'm not saying just to highlight our role in this, but this is a very nice initiative. Since Road to Adulthood, this is the name of this project, aims to strengthen support of unaccompanied children and young people in their transition to adulthood. It's very linked to our CIVILHOOD program. So this is based on mentoring methodology for the preparation of migrant and refugee children, youth, to integrate in the local community. It was implemented by 4 organizations as like consortium throughout Europe. And I would like to highlight this because, as we can see, if NGOs collaborate and comes together, they could do more. But all of us, I think we want to see a more unique policies. And here comes the policy advocacy that we should bring forward. We always do. As I said before, it's a changing, always, society is changing, the needs is changing. So policy advocacy is one of our huge role, and to bring forward our experience and our proposals to the policy makers, and maybe to highlight, and to highlight the needs at very specific and very specific structures, in order to take at least the advantage of some of it. We couldn't succeed in the whole, but we could, when collaborate, to gain something. So this is something I do have to bring forward, since I tackle it from very various stakeholders throughout the project. So, yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much, Konstantin. Is there anyone else who would like to add something here? Or shall we go to the heart of the project, the participants of it? Yeah, shall we? Okay, so let's see now how this project affected the participants. So we'll have a short video from one trainer from Kodeka in Cyprus, and from one unaccompanied child who benefited from this project from Austria. Our technicians are working on that.
If there's no question, I can say something on the collaboration and the long-term announcement and the advocacy. I was thinking that maybe not, we don't know most of the time what keep some donors like EU from funding in an efficient way, like long time. What are the problems they are facing? So it could be also interesting for us, NGOs, to know their problem. But we don't really have this dialogue here, because you have like question like this one. I cannot imagine that there's a single person in the world that won't be touched by the situation of those. But what is exactly the problem? I think we also need a dialogue on this level. Maybe we are trying to treat something somewhere else. Maybe we are not touching the point, So I don't know in which extent it could be possible to also know the problem of our donors or their challenges on that. Is it only a financial problem? Is it any other thing we can deal with? Those are open questions we have as NGOs.
I think we'll have the chance to discuss this in the next panels. Do you think we can go on with the videos? No? Okay, just to note that after that we'll have an open Q&A session, and for those participating online, I'm checking the Zoom chat so you can pose your question there in written. And if anyone from the audience now would like to take the floor and share any thoughts, that would be great. Okay, I think we'll go for the video. Yeah? Okay, please.
Thank you. We would just like to make a comment on the mental health issue that you raised, which is so important. At the General Secretariat, we run the Mental Health Hub project for this reason, because we understood there was a huge gap, and for this reason we gave emphasis at the capacity building of the professionals, the frontline professionals, but not only the professionals who support the unaccompanied minors, but also the children. So we provide also clinical supervision to all the staff in accommodation centers, but also the CILs, the semi-independent living apartments, and we also this year, we, with the cooperation with the Tsatsos children villages in Greece, we run the therapeutic groups for children as well. So thank you for noting that. It's very essential to support the well-being of the unaccompanied children in order to have the smooth integration. They need to feel better and enhance their well-being. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Bakalou. And thank you for all your efforts in the General Secretariat. Shall we go for the video, Kostadine? Is it okay? No? Okay, so maybe we can move on with the Q&A session. If you'd like to share your perspectives, or if you'd like to ask questions for our panelists, please go ahead.
I can add something if I can add something just to say that I'm sure that all of you have been in so many conferences and so many discussions around migration and unaccompanied minors, and I understand that sometimes we find ourselves repeating the same things and asking us if it makes any sense anymore, no? Just to find each other in a room and to listen to each other, interested in the topic or in some way involved in it, but having the same discussions again and again. That's why I'm guessing that there are also no questions, because we are representatives of NGOs. We are not even representatives. We are members of NGOs. We are not people taking decisions actively, right? So I think this is also something to take into consideration as to how difficult it is if on the table we are not also with people that can effectively bring on the changes, because as much as advocacy we can do, we are not the last ones to take the decision. So this is something to note. And I would also add that the spaces of, let's say, learning from each other are really valuable, because we can see the different experiences that organizations or professionals have. I'm not putting this into discussion, but we need to see also coherent policies and changes in the different countries, not towards the worse, because in Italy we are seeing this thing, in Greece we are seeing this aspect as well. So I think it's important to consider also what is the political climate that is affecting our effectivity of interventions.
Thank you, George. I think no matter how discouraging this is, if you keep advocating for the same things for years and years, I think we should keep strong and together and never stop. One day, I mean, here in Greece at least, we have seen some steps forward. So for me that I've been working with unaccompanied minors for 10 years, I feel a bit better. So hopefully it'll be the same in other countries. I think now we are ready for the videos, right? Yeah? Okay, let's go.
We would like to show you their perspective and how do they perceive our training material methods, how useful was it, and also from minors' perspective as well in the next videos. It is very, very nice to see how your work is being accepted and used in a good way. So it would be fine to have this video. Okay. This guy was of a very active young, not minor, but...
No, he's minor. He's minor. This one is minor, still minor, like living in Austria for quite 1 year, so he's mixing up German and English, but doing very well. So he had one of the minors that attended our training for trainers, 3 days long, and it was really a big enrichment to have them in the training, exchanging on the material, on the procedure, on their needs, and they also participated in the selection of the recommendation we formulated.
Well, are there any questions now, maybe? Let me check also the Zoom link.
Hello, my name is Artemis Polikrati from the General Secretariat. I wasn't sure it was the right moment to make the question, or maybe the next roundtable for labor integration, but I was wondering whether you have some indicators to show us how many were trained, how many found a job, actually this one, to see how it worked, this transition. Thank you.
Okay, at the period, the duration of our project, it was very hard to go in and with stakeholders from the labor market integration, but it was our scope. It was to have the training material tested. So we do not have none of this type of indicators. But we do have, can bring forward an experience with the Adama Project Initiative, who has this type of labor market services. And we could also say for a very, very good practice, which is the follow-up practice when a refugee, not a refugee, when a migrant, after following his interview, his work interview, and he is applied and he did find a job, there is a good practice of the Adama project that they have repeatedly following ups of how does this work, how his employer perceives his culture, or how him as a worker perceive, you know, the work frame, and how consistent should be, and how responsible for his job. But this kind of indicators is not our type of work here. It was us testing our training method through professionals. So it was training the professionals in order to make trainings to the minors and provide them with skills. Hopefully we would have such this type of indicators, but it's recently tested. So yeah, just answer to your question.
Thank you for your question. So we can tell how many attended our trainings, but how many found a job was not part of our indicators. What we wanted to do is to make them ready for the job market, but also the stakeholders to have another reflection on their persons. We need to be humble when we have a project that lasts 2 years to know that we are not the only actors working on these children or preparing them. Actually, we come with a training for 6 months, but after and before us, they are enrolled in other programs. But that's also the nice thing we do, like to see where they are already trying to do something and integrate this knowledge in what we are doing with them. So it's not like we come and do this 3 months training and then they're in the job place. That's not the reality, you see. But we make sure they are really prepared for any situation. So As soon as the occasion will take place, maybe through another project that really will take them to the interviews, they will be ready, they will have the competence. So that's where the point in the project.
Just to add from our point of view, from Slovenia, is that of course this is one of the most important things after education, immediately, if it's possible, step into the labor market. But by our experiences, social economy and social enterprises are much more, they understand much more about the lacks of the people who are, you know, who has difficulties and can adjust them much more in the working space. You know, we already contacted Chamber of Commerce that now in Slovenia, of course, there is lack of workers, you know, in what kind of field and everything, but really the people that understand that and that are good mentors are mostly coming from the social economy sphere. So this is something that I wanted to point out.
Yes, and from Italy's perspective, one of the objectives of the training was also for them to get to know the different services where they can go to. Because our organization, for example, doesn't do case management. We are not responsible for the whole experience and to support in different aspects on the life of the minor, of the young person. But we did study visits into job centers, and we made sure that every participant had created a CV in the end of the workshop, of the 8 to 10 workshops, as a way to, let's say, transmit also the idea that these are skills that they need to develop and they have to work on as well, not as finding a job for them, but creating the possibility of the network to be accessible. Because I think this is also another type of problem that we can observe, that we try to take over and to support by becoming responsible for them, while the idea is in the process towards autonomy, we need to give the tools and support the people into becoming, let's say, responsible for themselves as well.
Whether it was part of the whole project experience to have some networking, let's say, with the national employment authorities, because here in Greece we have to make this cooperation even to start with that. Did you have to do it, or it was that all part of the whole procedure?
This kind of actors were invited to our training for stakeholders. So we were not like, really like awareness raising for them. But we're not like, how could you invite one of our children tomorrow for a job, but just to let them know what are actually the rights of those children and how can you encounter them in a respectful way. So they attended the trainings, they were informed through our newsletter on what we have been doing, and we send them our recommendations. So they were consulted. Also in the beginning, in the prior phase of the project, where we conducted focus groups with stakeholders, some of those actors also attended, in order to have a picture of what is the situation in the country and what could be needed in order to have like children that are ready for the job market.
Just to add this, you know, our job didn't start with this Civilhood project and will also not end. After the March, we will continue to our work, and this means also we have all the time connections through our work with employment offices in our country, and doing regularly connections with them and exchanging informations. Of course, the situation now in the economy is totally different. You see in Europe is changing, also in Greece is changing from the unemployment situation. Now we are now in totally different situation. What will happen in the future, we don't know, but we know that we need skilled, that we need education, and for added value we need knowledge. So this is something in each work already. Digitalization is coming, you know, in each work, even I don't know, in easy work in the past, now you already need email, you know, you need some kind of knowledge to carry out the work high level. So this is something that in each of member states must do. And also unemployment, the offices, I see they're in quite problems, because the progress is such fast, and also for us even is hard, and for all this system, the changes, I think it will be in the future even more fast, and this is what I'm afraid of, because if people will be left behind, this will become really big problem. Also, this is then an answer for, let's say, radicalization of anything that can happen to us, to others, not just to unaccompanied minors, but to all in the society, is something that we have to do. And also, as we know, after the school, after the job, the government must know that we have to work with the people all their life. Now, in the past, this was not something that this was the task, but now all the time has to be, you know, working with the people, for the people, I think. So this is something that on the higher level must be solved in the future. I think they know already, but still it is differences that weren't like this in the past.
And also, just to add something, and during this process, our scope was to approach national services, like the one you're saying, like OAID here in Greece, who is the national services of upscaling the skills of workers. So we did have repeatedly the attendance of members of OAID or the Ministry of Labor. So we did address them, our methodology and our tools that we were generating back then. We did get a very nice feedback from them, and this is how it worked throughout the process. We did get their feedback, and we did tailor our material as well. So in this case, yeah, we did reach out many and various stakeholders and national services too. Thank you.
Thank you all. I'm afraid we're running out of time and we need to go to the next panel discussion. I just want to thank you all, and I can see that there are some very much needed concrete actions for the future. I think we should always keep in mind to embrace child participation, to actively always engage them, so that we honor ourselves first, the values of the civic education that this project put forward. So thank you very much, dear colleagues. Thank you all, and I think we can move forward to the second panel. Thank you.
do move forward to the next panel of discussion, which is very, very linked to the previous discussion we had. So please welcome to this important panel discussion on the social inclusion and labor market integration of minors, Mr. Yunus Mohammadi, who is the deputy, who is an expert on the view of migration and asylum, a member of the EU Commission, and also founder and director of the Greek Refugee Forum. Mr. Mohammadi, welcome.
Thank you.
Also among us, Mr. Thanasis Himonas, Deputy Mayor of Social Integration of Migrants and Refugees from the municipality of Athens. Welcome, Mr. Himonas. And also Mr. Vassilikos Kerasiotis, thank you. Ms. Poutou, and attorney at law, welcome with this small introduction. And as we can see, with diverse perspectives and expertise represented in this panel, we would like their valuable insights, and also for sure we expect a very meaningful discussion on this topic, on this issue. So our target in the project is, our aim is to identify the barriers, the barriers that minors face, but also highlight the strategies and initiatives maybe you have from your role, of your experience, or your knowledge that could have impact in communities, in hosting community, since we are in Athens, in Greece. So also throughout this conversation, our audience should would have the chance to actively engage, because collectively during this project and during today we seek for solutions. So without further ado, let us begin on our panel discussion. I would like to address a first question to Mr. Kerasiotis on the legal frameworks and rights. So, from your perspectives, what are the key challenges, Mr. Kerasiotis, that minors or refugees are facing in assessing the labor market, and how can this be addressed? Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for inviting me, and for your question also. I think everything, unfortunately or fortunately, starts from the legal framework, because what we are trying to achieve in our daily work as lawyers, I'm also director of NGO Highest Greece here in Athens, is obviously to enforce the current legal framework. And also, obviously, to identify the gaps, and as we discussed yesterday, the most important challenge we face at this moment is the legal status, because everything starts from the papers. If you don't have legal papers, you are being excluded in the margin of the society. You could be exploited more easily. It doesn't mean that if you have papers you cannot get exploited, but at least you are not at the mercy of exploitative employers or conditions. And unfortunately, after 1 year almost after the new immigration code, the new legal framework for residence permit for former unaccompanied minors is not yet enforced in the Greek legal order, meaning that we have maybe thousands of potential eligible former unaccompanied minors who went in school for 3 years, and at this moment they cannot even apply to receive the residence permit. So that means that these people are in limbo situation, undocumented migrants in Greece, and yeah, I think Mr. Yunus also could give a perspective. What does it mean to be undocumented in this country?
Of course, yeah. It's an open discussion, Mr. Yunus, from your experience living in a huge community and advocating them. So, how could be this aspect to be tackled, in your opinion? So, what role can advocacy could ensure in this transition?
Thank you very much. First, I should say that I'm representing Greek Forum of Refugees, which is actually started as a movement of asylum seeker back into 23 years before. When I came as an asylum seeker, we were sleeping in the park. Actually, there was no reception center, no asylum system. So actually, we as asylum seeker, we started to organize ourselves and started to speak about a dignified life and an independent and just asylum system here in Greece, which is, we are happy that we are also parts of this advocate, that now we have one of the best asylum system here in this country. That's the reality now here. Of course, it started from 2010. In 2013, for the first time, we had the first independent asylum system in Athens for all Greece, and little by little it was improved, and now we have an asylum system that it is functioning with all its problems, of course, that it exists, but it is good. So of course we started as a movement, but little by little we started to speak about the inclusion, about representation of refugees and asylum seekers in discussions, which was the main issue, the representation and visibility of refugees and migrants in all discussions. In 2008, we decided to become an association of asylum seekers and refugees here. So, and we did it in 2012, actually. From 2012, we have officially our constitution as association of a refugee-led organization, a network of refugee communities and migrants that actually we don't have services. What we are doing, it is an advocacy job. It is advocating for the rights of refugees and asylum seekers, advocating for inclusion and civic engagement, which is one of the point here, important point. But it is just for minors, but it is an issue for all asylum seekers and refugees. And we are happy that now we are represented in different discussions, either in national level, either in European level. That's why I and my colleague, we are in the expert group of European Commissions in Brussels on the views of migration and asylum, and European Migration Forum. We are at the board in different discussions that we are here. And more important, I could say that I'm happy that I'm with Vice Mayor of Athens for migration and integration, and we are happy that in 2010 there is a law here for integration, which is actually the councils, the municipality council for integration of migrants and refugees, which we are, and I'm also now members of that, and now to connect it with minors and integration, we started to do that. I think when we speak about integration and civic engagement, or this transformation of minors to adults, let's see how is the situation for adults. You cannot improve the situation just for a group of people that they are just now became adults. Then how is the situation for adults? Before that, I can give you one example that I told before that we were sitting here to Vassilikos, because some of our colleagues, they are involved in street work for homeless. And just yesterday, and we met a homeless, actually, that he was from Afghanistan. He was 27 years old with psychological problem here, and he is drug users with a very, very serious problems at the street of Athens, at the center of Athens, and he came as minor here in Greece. He's as an unaccompanied minor, and he was in programs of back organizations and that they had for the protection of minors. For years he was in these programs, and finally he became adult and he was just kicked out of the programs, and now he is on the street. It is the reality of minors, I can say. The first, as Mr. Krassiotis said, that from legal perspective, it is still we have problem and how these people as a minor they are protected with residence permit, and when they are adult, what will happen with these people? So there is an issue still, but also to not forget that in last years there are some positive steps. We should not forget this also, and especially that now we have General Secretary for the vulnerable population and for minors, which is really important. We have this discussion with General Secretary, with Mr. Moskov, that I think from his office we have people and we hear from them here, that is really important, and it shows an interest to this very, very important issues, and we see that a good cooperation of organizations that they are working for minors with the General Secretary, and also a kind of, so it is from out what we see, it is that a kind of cooperation, we can see support of this organization, different organizations like ARSIS, that we see that they are working in this area, which is really, really important. And in last years, we see that the minors, they are protected. That's good, really, that's good. So because I am from Afghanistan, so we have a cultural center. Every Saturday we are gathering there and eating and drinking the traditional way that we were doing in our country. So in this meeting and every Saturday, the minors that they are in different apartments here in Athens, also they are coming. So let's see what is going on in this discussion. So it is in this discussion, it is the questions that what are you doing, what you want, and how is the situation. The first positive thing is that these people are the most privileged persons, these minors, that they are included in such programs of protecting minors, which is really, really important. The challenging point is that they are asking that what will happen, that if I should stay here in Greece or not. It was one of the questions the last Saturday, it was that I was there also. So of course the manager of this cultural center, that he is for a long time here, 23 years, he is a businessman as well. So he said that no, you should stay here, it is a country that you can find your way. And to me not, of course I never said that you could stay here. But the problem is that this minor, two people that they are there, asked that how is your situation, the president of this community. And he said that, and actually he is suffering how to renew their residence permit. And he cannot apply for citizenship here. Look, when we are speaking about integration, integration is not just finding job. Peoples are not a bulldozer or a machine that they are just for working. Yes, we see a good law for legalization or regularization of thousands of people from the government, but just for work. Look, people, they have family, people, they have future, people, they have schools, people, they want to think for the most important things that I didn't hear from in this discussion, which is citizenship. Believe me, in every discussion with communities that we have, they are asking that, in how many years we will have citizenship in this country? And when they hear that, peoples after 30 years that they don't have citizenship here, they are living, they are working, and they are doing things here, and peoples that they have been born here and grown up here, second generation here, they are struggling how to get citizenship. So of course they never think how to stay here, and the first thing that they are thinking, how to leave this country. I think the first thing in order to change this perspective in this country is to change the policy of migration from a deterrent policy to an integration, really a strategic plan for integration, that how these people could stay here. One, it is not for the sake of these people. Actually, it is for the sake of this country. I am now a Greek citizen. I'm one of those very small numbers of privileged people that got citizenship after 18 years here in this country. as Greek citizen, I can say that for the good of this country, that now we are suffering in labor market, that we in our office, I can say that every day we have calls from farmer companies, from the farmer unions, from companies. We need job, we need workers, but we don't have it. But I think as a country, as a Greek society, we are losing really a very important power and dynamic for our economy, for our social economy, for our social justice, for everything that these people are living and are going to other countries. Actually, for me, it is the key point that we should think. And when we speak about education, you cannot create a school just for unaccompanied minors. When you speak about education, you have to send these people to the public schools. As one speaker said, that really there is problematic. Now the schools here are not ready to accept children with migrants and refugee background. That's a problem. So, of course, these minors, although they are protected, although they are in a frame of protections and very well, but in education they will have problems. But fortunately, I can say that those minors that they have done in this country, and still they have found job and they are working here, they are those that they found their way to education. We have very individual and successful cases and individuals that I can say. You can count these numbers by your fingers even, so that these persons that they are in university, some of them that get out of university, graduated I mean, and they are working, which is really, really important. Those who have educational perspective in this country, especially those people, they stayed here and now they made their life. Sorry for all this.
No. I could outline, you know, I always keep the keywords. I always keep word education. You said about acceptance, and you said about policies as well. So here it comes a question. You could refer, of course, Mr. Himonas, to the previous, but how could social inclusion could enhance the transition to the labor market integration?
Hello, everybody. I'm very happy, very honored to be here. I'm the Vice Mayor of Integration of Migrants and Refugees. Unfortunately, I cannot do a lot of things. I cannot do the things I would like to do. During this time, I'm very new to this, let's say, job. I just started one month ago. I met a lot of communities and they told me their problems. They told me that they cannot get papers. They told me that they cannot vote even for the municipal elections, because some judge decided that this can happen only by blood. Everything here in Greece passes from the government. The government decides a lot of things. We can do the best we can to help these people that come here. Talking about keywords, I think that there is a key word, and it is the word pathway. I'm not sure if it is the right translation. It's diadromi in Greek. And first of all, it's literally, it's a pathway of all these people, of all these children that walk or are in small boats for thousands of miles during very difficult conditions to come to our country. And then there's also another pathway for them to grow up very early, much earlier than normal. And also there is a pathway for us to build a world that they can live in and enjoy a sense of belonging and safety. Well, the most easy, when you ask about the barriers, when you ask about language barriers, the first thing that comes in mind is education. We have to be sure that all these children will have the same rights to education as the Greek children. But you know what? You don't learn how to speak only at school. You learn to speak playing in the streets. You learn to speak practicing a sport. You learn to speak week, when you watching a theater or even go to a concert, socializing with other people. My philosophy, our philosophy, is to help these children to feel like they are like they are at home, like they are Athenians, because they are Athenians and now they live in Athens. And I think we should do the best to help them.
That's very fun to hear it. Indeed, and sorry for interrupting. Of course, this is something to highlight. We do understand that in local government policies there are very specific frame. You do not have, all these tools to us, the policymakers, in order to produce policies regarding this. We truly believe in you as Athenians, and so we want to see educational opportunities and training opportunities for the population we do serve. In a way, we are trying to empower them. From your role, I'm sure that you are going to suggest such kind of policies. And so, what about support services? What about support services from your perspective, Mr. Sorry, Mr. Geraskiotis.
It's okay. Vasilis, yes. Just before answering your questions, I would like to take this opportunity to mention something related to what Mr. Yonous has said previously. Even the people like the two Afghans he described who were in they were taking drugs, I suppose, yes. Even those people, there is, and this is the absence of the law enforcement. There are programs for rehabilitation, and those who are entitled to those programs are being given even those residence permits. And this is not enforced, and because nobody knows, in fact, how this is being implemented. That's why I'm always sorry. I'm trying to always to focus on these issues, because you can imagine that if the people have legal papers, they can obviously access to labor, because I think our issue here is how is being enforced the access to labor. And in Greek legal order and in European legal order, you have to get legal papers in order to have access to labor. This is the reality, and we have to accept it. Also, even as I mentioned before, the humanitarian status for former unaccompanied minors is not yet being enforced, excluding maybe thousands of people at this particular moment. This is important. As far as it concerns your question and the support, sometimes we have to be careful here, because there are draconian legislation for even if you give hospitality or if you assist migrants based on their migration status, and sometimes you can even be accused if you are supporting, if you give a lift or whatever. We have seen in our law career many crazy cases, let's say, for facilitating employment and so on of irregular migrants. And once again, you can see how important is the issue of the legal status in this country. And even now, we have a regularization amendment in place. It has started some days ago, but still it's so complicated that many people will be excluded from this opportunity. And I have written an article about that. I will share with you.
May I ask the three of you, this is on the recently legislation change, on how it is linked, the educational aspect with the permit of residence. Can you enlighten us on this?
Yeah, there is no link with education. The only link with education is the special permit of the former unaccompanied minors. They should be in school for 3 years to finish, let's say, high school in order to get the status, but still at this moment, this is not being implemented because the electronic system of Ministry of Migration is not worked. There is no this category, let's say, in the electronic system. As far as it concerns the general regularization, it is linked with job offer or job contracts of the potential eligible third country nationals who are not in regular status at this moment, and it is linked totally with their work. They are going to get to receive legal papers if they work. This is the amendment, more or less.
So I think everything is linked. Education is, I think, the most powerful tool for the youth in order to make their lives independently and independent living after 18. Because after 18, as we can hear for our participants, there is no protection system. They are received by the government as adults, but they are lacking the rights of their youth. So here is a gap. But according to this, I want to insist a bit on the labor market integration. Of course, from the audience, if you want to address a question regarding this, we do have an open discussion. So.
Can I? Okay, now is the time of the reality of my English, okay? First of all, I took the floor to share with you 2 or 3 comments about the issue and about the reality. And because we are in this day, I remember the motto, the international motto, another world is possible. But another world is possible, and this is our dream, but we have to left behind practices and policies without any ουσία. Πώς θα το λέγαμε? No. Sense. Thank you. Why? Because in Greece and in Europe, we have a national protect system for children, and because of that, and because we have shelter for safe, φιλοξενία θα πει, host, for safe accommodation and all of that. But we haven't the right in these children to be a worker, to have experience of the worker. If they choose to have this role, we have this in the streets. Because the ministry in Greece, for example, don't accept a role in the labor market for minors. Okay? But the national law for labor said that there is a right for minors after 16 years old, for example. So we have lost 2 years as the adulthood time in lost, because the condition to have safe accommodation into the cities is the school. But in this class, do you know, if you follow the policies in Europe, that needs population, this youth without education, without training, without employment, is a high population in Europe. And with these choices, we make bigger this population. Because you discuss about sustainability, I think that we have to think different. Sustainability is to invest in national policy and integration policies, because unaccompanied minors is a young person, is a young individual person. And if we choose these policies, we invest any local population, any migrants or refugee population, because, as Gadi said, poverty is a strong and deep violence. And in Europe and in Greece, we fight with poverty, we fight with homelessness, and because we haven't prepared our national policy system to host more individuals. One comment is this. Second comment is if we choose to continue to punishment youth people or to support them. And especially unaccompanied minors, because the day of 18, for example, in Greece, in our every working day, we faced a very difficult problem. To say goodbye, and this individual to return to a camp, for example. We have social workers, we have a lot of lawyers, we have a lot of trainers in our shelters or in our local centers, but we have this difficulty. Until now, until today, a lot of people without public accommodation, social accommodation, and a special project in training or in labor market integration, we have only one solution: to return the individual to return to the camps. Where is our work? And today we think global, but we act local. This is an old motto, but it's very, very strong. I am very happy because Mr. Chimonas is here. Because a lot of years we say a lot about bottom-up approaches. We discuss a lot of representative of our citizens. And because we hope to act local, Mr. Chimonas, and to make Athens as an example for the Europe and for the Greece. Thank you, Yunus, and for you, Vassilis, because we have 2 decades that we fight together for rights in Greece. Not only for refugees or migrants, but for the Greek people, for the housing, for actions and policies against poverty, about unemployment. So this is the environment that maybe is the only picture that we need to make familiar communities and familiar integration policies. Last of all, today for Greece, do you know, dear colleagues from other countries, is the day for a new generation revolution. All people look to the Greek parliament because we have the first legal framework about the equal. Πώς θα το πούμε, Βασίλη, σε άψογα ελληνικά? Equal rights to the married. Equality. Okay. Greek friends understand what I mean, and the people from other countries understood what I mean. We need these revolutions. These revolutions for the most important individual in our society, the youth and children. And we have the power in our hands as NGOs when we are very careful and critical, and we take the right to criticize the policies which make our life. Thank you for this host. And second, last, 3 men in the table. Thank you, friends, in this table. But we need to empowerment and women in this dialogue. So we have to fight about the old mottos, and we have to prepare ourselves because after 4 months we have the European elections, and the issues that we discussed today, please don't forget them out of the political dialogue for the next European Parliament. The people in Europe, Europeans and non-European citizens, need a safe space to create new lives together. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Poutou. As we can see, policies are to the main okay, I want to say something else, sorry. We have to enhance, we have to empower young minors with their civic role in order to empower them, but also it needs, from the government perspective and the policy and the hosting community, these rights to be acknowledged. So, coming to a second round of discussion, it will be an open one. I do not want to address a specific question to you. Of course, I want, if you would like to be more, if you want to address a question to our panel, of course, you could. But starting from Kyrios Himonas and passing to Kyrios Keraschiotis, we could have a second round of open discussion on your insights and your perspectives from the duration of our final conference today. According social inclusion and labor market integration. Thank you. So, if you would like any one of you to start, or someone of you to address a question.
You want to start? Oh, okay.
So we have to remember that the social inclusion of children is one thing, and it's another thing. The access of children to the job market is a very tricky question, a very sensible question. It depends on the circumstances, it depends on the age, a lot of things. We have to be very, very careful about that. So what we do in the municipality is to prepare them to become young adults so they can immediately start working. We encourage their hobbies because, you know, well, in a perfect world, you transform your hobby to your job. We should not think about all these people only doing you know, jobs in like workers or something like that. We can imagine them as doctors, as advocates, as writers, as whatever, and we have to show them the way. We should never forget that we are talking about human beings. We are not talking about robots. We are talking about it's a reality that we people on the West cannot imagine, to have to leave your country being, I don't know, 16, 15, 12 years old and go to walk many miles, as I said before, to go somewhere else to live where you cannot even talk the language. It's something very difficult. We have to help them to stand up on their feet again. We in the municipality also, there are other issues very important as health. We can provide them with vaccination by collaborating with the municipal hospitals. It's very difficult to do this in English the first time I do it, so sometimes I forget the words, but anyway, we have to, most of all, as I said, help them develop their skills. This is very important, it's a key word, but you know what, we don't know everything. We will need your help as well. Feel free to contact us, to contact me, to contact the Migrant Integration Center, the CEM, or the ACCMR. If you know children like this, if you know what they need, if you have ideas about that, don't hesitate to contact us. We will try to do the best possible.
Thank you very much. Indeed, ACCMR has a great range of stakeholders and NGOs participating under the Municipality of Athens authority, and it's very active in very various perspectives. So thank you for this. Of course, we will be in touch, Mr. Himonas. Thank you. We do perceive it in a very, very positive way. Mr. Yonous or Mr. Kerasiotis?
Okay, thank you very much. Again, I want to emphasize when we speak about integration, when we speak about a person to be integrated in a community, we should think as a whole. It is not just education, it is not just the labor market, but it is as a whole a civic engagement. When we speak about this, it means that the national policy should be prepared, what Katerina, Mrs. Putu said actually, that it is the key point in order to have a complete system of integration, either minors or adults or newcomers or those who are for a long time. My experience here in this country, that I'm actually 23 years in this country, I came not just as minors, but in this 23 years that I'm involved on migration and asylum here. Unfortunately, with so many governments that we had, but never, and even now we don't have a complete and a strategic plan for integration that you can present that migrants and refugees coming to see what is going on. Exactly, that is the problem that we can see. When you have a minor, and you think about this minor to stand on his feet in this society, don't think that it is just a person. just a minor. He has not grown up just from a tree, came here. He has came from a country, he came from a family, mother, dad, and a community, future, what he thinks, the same thing that we want in our life, the same right that we want. Of course, we should think about this, that he needs family reunification, he needs education, he needs job, not just job to speak about that. And also when we speak about civic engagement and social inclusion, as Mrs. Puto also said, and it is very important that when we speak about integration, it doesn't start from the Ministry of Migration, actually. It starts from the local society and from the local community. It is from municipalities. That is the reality. And the local authorities, and also from the neighborhood. Actually, from there, the integration starts, and how to work to include people in every level of discussion. Integration is not just to having people just as beneficiaries and people of concern. Integration is that having people in all levels and also in decision-making process. That is the most important. It doesn't mean that you have integrated in this society because we have given you a work permit. No, work permit, it is important, but it is the right to inclusion. It is something more than that. It is very, all these things, I think we should do that. And also to mention that, from my experience, Greece is one of the countries that, in terms of giving the right to labor market for asylum seekers, especially asylum seekers, it is one of the top countries. That asylum seekers and refugees, of course, when they come here, after 1 month or 2 months, they have the right to work, of course. After 2 months, yeah, they have the right to work. And even back 20 years, also asylum seekers, they have the right to work, but it was problematic. For example, the first work permit that I had, it was written that, yeah, you have the right to work here, but not the jobs that it is needed for Greek people. So it was written on my work permit, so on that time. So of course, it is changed, and now there is no discrimination. Of course, everyone that they got after 2 months that they can work in every sector that they want. But the problem is how to prepare these people and how to tell these people to stay, that here is job, you can work. The problem is that 99% of these people that they are coming here, either minors, either adults, they are thinking how to leave the country. It is not that these people, they don't like this country. This country is, in terms of culture, in terms of weather, it is more close to the country that these people are coming. Actually, they can get integrated more easily in this country. It is really everything, but the problem is that they cannot see a future for themselves. My brother was here, 23 years old. For 5 years, I told him to stay here, and he stayed, and he was working. That's the job. That the salary that he was taking, it was more than me. He's working with EWASO. We know how much money they are taking. It is €3,500 that I never, in 23 years, I didn't have half of this money as salary. But finally, he left this country, and now he is in a camp in another European country. And he was recognized as a refugee. Why he left? Exactly, he said that I don't see any perspective for my future in this country. How can I see my mom that she is in Australia? And how my sister can come in this country? And how can I bring my wife here? So this perspective, it is not possible to do that. Think that all these things are going to these minors as well. So all these puzzles and all these things and all these challenges and barriers, it needs a national policy, a functional and just national policy of integration that can work for everyone. Of course, we have a society that of course there is a problem. We have social house issue. That I'm also the chair of the boards of the Greek housing network. That more than 40 organizations that we are members. It is not just for migrants and refugees. For all the Greek society, we have problems in social housing. That Greeks people themselves, that they are not migrants and refugees, that they are homeless. But at the same time, we have so many houses. 700,000 houses are empty. That it needs a policy in order to use this
for these homeless and for all these people. So we have all this problem. Among all these situations, the vulnerable people are the most affected in this country, which is homeless, which are those people, migrants and refugees. Other sectors of people, we see Roma people, we see LGBT people that they are, and let's see, really we are happy for today that what Mrs. Putu said that for the first time, that although there are some things that we can say about the laws that especially today, that it will be passed from the parliament, it is, let's not to make it different, but it is a right to marriage for everyone. A same-sex marriage, to not make a change. So it is very, very easy. We should say it very easily. It is in every country, and most of the country they have it. So we will have it in this country. That is good. Thank you very much.
Thank you for elaborating on all these aspects. I think this is the best way to go to the next panel discussion, if you may, because we are repeatedly talking on policies, on policy frameworks, not from the national aspect, but the European aspect as well. Thank you for participating in these panel discussions. Three of you, Mr. Himonas, Mr. Mohammadi, Mr. Keraschiotis, thank you for supporting our role. Thank you for supporting. Yeah, of course, I didn't see. We do have it.
Thank you so much for your interventions. It's very good to see that we are talking about the same, let's say, the same challenges in almost all the European country. And something we try to touch in the course of the project is to see beyond. So also we treated the reason why the first place, those children are on their road. So maybe it goes more in the direction you also mentioned, to see where are the global connections that makes people go away, and where is also at that level our responsibility. And I think as long as people will be forced to move, they won't be good received. So if they are moving because they want to move, yeah, then they will be maybe better received. So how can we organize our work that people also have the right not to migrate? That's a very crucial question for me. And at which level can we intervene in organizing that? If the children, they don't know where they are going, where they are, they quite know very clear why they are not at home. And we don't know what is the consequences of having all this narrative in their mind for the society where they go. People, children, especially, I think they're very sensitive in unfairness, injustice. Maybe we also, why we are acting on the local level, try to see how we can cooperate on the global level as well, because that's also a global problem, I think.
Someone else? No? It is a long day of very, very important parts under discussion. We would like to have a break, I think so. So let's have a lunch break, guys, and be back for our project policy proposals, in which we could interact with our panel participants in the last panel discussion. We would have the chance to see how the project outcomes going this open discussion going on all this time, to see how we could make proposals and be delivered in the greater scale. So thank you so much for your participation, and see you now. say that the first hours of today's conference were very, very productive, enlightful, and we did perceive much from participations, shares to us. Hopefully the online participants are still active and still participate in. So we could move forward to the last panel discussion, which in which is participating two female participants and one male participant. This is for Mrs. Poutou, sorry. This is in-house. So let me call Ms. Adonia Psira, Policy Officer, European Commission, DG Home in Athens. Welcome and thank you for your participation to today's discussion. Mrs. Evdokia Bakalou from the Ministry of Migration and Asylum under General Secretariat for Vulnerable Persons and Institutional Protection, operates is a scientific advisor and operation assistant on her role, and also online participation with Mr. Primoz Jamsek, who participates from Slovenia. He is the head of the integration unit from the Government Office for the Support and Integration of Migrants. So, dear Primoz, welcome and thank you for participating in our conference today. Before we step into the main participants, we would like to say that policy proposals recommendation handed over in the European Parliament per our consortium during November, it was one of the highlights of our project activities. This was okay. This was held in the framework of our work in the project, where all speakers, all the consortium partners highlighted the key areas of intervention and the obstacles faced during the implementation stage. So we did came in with some basic policy proposals, which my colleague Teclair, dear Teclair, would you like to step in and present our civil project policy proposals? Thank you.
Yes, I like. So, good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for staying here. Prior to the discussion we're going to have, I'm going just to present the recommendation as we handed them out at some member of parliament of the European Commission. So, to the process of the 4 big recommendations we formulated, we were collecting ideas throughout the focus group discussion we had with the stakeholders, with the minors, asking them what they think will be a good thing that will push the situation forward. So we collected like 23 recommendations, and then we thought if we show 23 recommendations to the member of parliament, they will run away. So we will try to sum them up and summarize them in 4 propositions. I hope maybe we can beam them. If not, I just go quickly through the 4 big recommendations we formulated. The first one, and that was really throughout the process, the demand of all the stakeholders we met and the children, that there should be a guardianship for the children from day one. Means as soon as a child will step foot in Europe and say, I'm seeking for asylum, that child should be offered a guardian. For many reasons, we mentioned already. Maybe that's not necessary that I go through them again, for protection, for legal matters, and so on and so forth. That's not given so far in our countries. The second recommendation was to encourage national strategy and monitoring. We know that throughout the papers of the European Union, you will have recommendation in integration pacts and those kind of documents, but they don't go further and see whether those recommendations may be implemented. And in the way that may be mentioned somewhere in the national papers, they don't have like monitoring tools to know that how far have we gone, our strategy, are they working or not, should we correct them or not? So that's a very big gap we have here. So we will request that we have such kind of strategy and monitoring tools in the countries. The third one was like this slogan we have now established, leaving no one behind. It's referred to the fact that in our countries, the unaccompanied minors, they are not seen as normal children. So they don't have the same treatment, but they live next to the other children, and that's just not beautiful, you know? So like, just because you are a migrant child, you won't have access to some service. The money that is spent for you is less than the money the national state spent for the other children. So we think that can be the future. So a child is a child. Whether it's migrant or not, that's a child. And if we have like national policy for supporting the children, they should also apply to those children. And that's what we said in our SDGs. Everywhere where we have this beautiful like planification, how to make the world better, we want fairness. Yeah. So the last one we have on our list is assuring appropriate training programs and also their quality. As we were researching, we found a lot of training materials. But there's no, let's say we don't have no quality criteria that could be applied to those materials that we use for training our children or their trainers. I mean, for school, we will have like committees, like training committees, educational committees that look into the plans. But for those children, everyone and everybody can come and deliver trainings to them. But not all the training will do good. We really need clear criteria that make sure that the people training, especially this group of children, are specialized in training those kind of children. So that's also what we try to offer in our handbooks and training material. But I mentioned before that there is always room for doing better. But we try what we had. So those were the 4 big recommendations we formulated, and we handed it over to the Member of Parliament with the hope that they will push them forward. But now the big question is how? How is pushable? So that's why what we are going to look into now in this section, so that we also can maybe make sure that those recommendations will find their place in the table of discussion from the European Parliament, but also in our national countries. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Claire. It's true that we did came up with so many other various proposals, but we did have to come into these 4 as directions to to the MPs in basic directions to Brussels. So these measures are specifically crafted to address the areas that have been recognized as the most challenging. So it was a priority to deliver in this way. So here comes the question to our panelists now. Throughout your experience today, and after these presentations on our policy proposals, our first question to you, it would be a common one. So in your view, from your perspective, but also from your role, what policy changes or recommendations can be delivered, and it is produced, of course, from our project outcomes. What do you think on this? So, Mrs. Adonia Psira, could you lead in this round? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Can you hear me? Yes. Okay, first of all, let me introduce myself. I'm Adonia Psira. I'm a policy officer in DG Home here in Athens. Just to give you a perspective of our role here, we are a team of around 10 persons that we are based here in Athens, and we are supporting the Greek government in managing migration. I am specifically the focal point on integration. Our colleagues from Brussels that are responsible for the project unfortunately could not make it here, but I wanted to just showcase to you that we here, I mean the Commission, the DG Home staff, we operate at an operational level, operational for the Commission standards, not to your standards. That's a bit, there's a bit of a difference. Coming to your question, I think it's important, first of all, to highlight that regarding integration, there is no EU legal framework. And it is important to highlight this because it shows the limits also that we have. So there's no legal framework, neither on integration, neither on the transition of the unaccompanied minors to adulthood, which is the subject of this gathering here today. What we do, our role, is to use funding and non-legislative instruments to do our policies. And as my colleague Monica earlier in her opening speech said, this will not be addressed also in the Migration Pact. So regarding the outcomes of the project that we discussed today, and I think that we are fully aligned also with your recommendations that you just presented to us. The Commission in November 2022, we have presented the European Commission Action Plan on Integration and Inclusion that more or less advocates for the same things to the member states. The action plan has proposes concrete measures that member states could adopt. One of the two key principles of the action plan is the inclusion for all, that couples with your recommendation about leaving no one behind, and the targeted support, for example, to have specific trainings. We advocate for coaching, for mentoring, that couples also with your last recommendation on training. So I think that in a great extent, we advocate for the same things. Of course, we cannot impose national strategies because, as I said, there is no legal framework, but we advocate and bringing already some of the experience that we have here in Greece. Greece has already a national strategy on integration and has already done some important steps regarding the integration of unaccompanied minors, and Evdokia will say more, I think, around this. For example, we now have a guardianship program that you already mentioned in your recommendations. And Greece is also preparing, although it's still under preparation. We'll hopefully that they will soon have a project that will target exactly this, the target group that we're discussing today, unaccompanied minors that have reached adulthood. So it will target children from 18 plus to 2021, I think 2023, I'm not sure, but the project is still under preparation. So Greece is taking serious steps towards this.
Thank you, Antonia. Can you hear me? Okay, thank you. I will also begin from the guardianship system because now it's established and is now implemented. So as you suggested, it was one of our major policy changes so that every child will be appointed to a guardian, which is major. Thank you so much for that. And all the actors implementing that, of course, it's also the civil society that we have with us. Another major policy that we had was also the immigration code that child can grant a 10 years residence permit after successful 3 years of attendance at school. So this new code is also implemented this year. And we are trying to boost the integration, the smooth integration of adults and young adults when they turn 18. So such integrated approaches, like the CIVILHOOD project, have great potential to enhance the children in general and the quality of their education. Another project that we had proposed, as you all know, is the mentorship. We also have 6 mentors, and their guidance is invaluable because they also help the children, support them in order to attend the school, but they also provide peer-to-peer support. And through the mentors, we have seen that many children started to attend school, and they help them to have a smooth integration into the Greek society. So the projects featured offer new pathways for young learners to develop and practice new skills in contexts, improve job prospects, and contribute to a change in the trajectory of the professional but also personal lives. So all the lessons learned from all these years led us into the active participation of children, because we always want to hear their voices, because this is mandatory, as we said, it's essential. We have to include children in our policy changes and the advocacy that we all do. So the first priority and the only is their voice. They should be heard. So we always take into granted their interests as well and their needs, and we try with all the actors to implement new projects and support projects regarding their integration. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Pakalou. Thank you, Ms. Psira. So we did have the chance now to see from the European level scope, also from the national, the Greek national, but now we would have the chance to connect with Mr. Jamsek Primos, the head of the integration unit in Slovenia. Hi from Athens. There is the same questions to address to you, and by respecting your role, we would like an answer on, in your view, what policy changes or recommendations can be derived from the project outcomes and from our latest policy proposals presentations. Can you hear?
Sorry, I don't hear. But it looks like you passed me the word. Is it okay? I hear.
Can you hear us now?
Yes, I do now. Yes.
Okay. Mr. Jamsek, hi, and thank you for your participation today in today's conference. So there is the same question addressed to you. So it comes with our recommendation, our project recommendations. What policy changes based on this can be derived from our project outcomes from your perspective and your role, of course. Thank you.
Thank you very much for invitation and option to speak. We are really happy that we are talking about also the transition of unaccompanied minors to early adulthood. That's for us also very important. In Slovenia, I'm representing Governmental Office for Support and Integration of Migrants, And in Slovenia, the last year, it was for the first time in Slovenia that we accepted a decree on providing appropriate accommodation, care, and treatment of unaccompanied minors. With this decree, we found it three different types of accommodation. The reception center, like the accommodation centers for minors in the group up to 10 of them, and also, let's say, youth apartments, something where they have only monitoring and they live half independently. So we are in the process of really going into systematic level and of providing the appropriate support and accommodation of minors. And of course, we are also talking about all of the things and recommendations which you talked and which you wrote, also about the guardianship. Exactly what we are facing in Slovenia and we would like to tackle now in next years is that one child would have one guardian from the beginning of the process, not regarding the status. If he is an asylum seeker, or if he gets international protection, or if he gets then later the citizenship, so that he has the same guardian person who is really then can really follow him, follow the developments and so on. And what we also see as very important thing is that everyone is collaborating in this story. So this is what we also wrote, that for each minor, we have to write the individual plan, and there all stakeholders should be included into writing the individual plan. When we are talking about the national strategies, Slovenia last year accepted also for the first time the integration strategy for migrants. And now we are working in and renewing the migration strategy. And there we also wrote the things for especially for the unaccompanied minors when they turn 18 years of age, because at the moment we already have in our legislation some really very important positive things. So one of them is that not regarding, for example, one child get the refugee status in the age of 15, and then he stays in the special institution up to 18 years old, but still he could have the first 2 years after when he become 18 additional money support for housing, which is usually only for people only first 2 years after granting the positive decision. And of course, we are aware that the minors can be very different. We know that some of them can be really vulnerable and some of them not so much. And we are always, how to say, it's really hard to find a solution for each individual case, but let's hope that we will we'll try to really with individual support and plan, and also with collaboration of other NGOs and so on, we could give them the best support. About the training, I would really like to point out that also in Slovenia, the operational plan from European Agency of Asylum is in place in Slovenia, And I would like here to say that European Agency for Asylum, they have a lot of really, how to say, standardized, very qualified training programs. Also UNHCR and IAM, and we are really, how to say, using also all of these resources, because we know that each legislation, everything can be written perfectly, but what is the most important is then also on the fields is then depending on each worker on the field. Maybe this for short, and then I can be more concrete.
Thank you. It was very nice. It was very nice to see from your national scope, Slovenia authorities to be in a way proactive and adjust our common conceptions, our policy proposals that are experienced in national contexts that are very heavily imposed, let's say, from the migration. So it's very also nice to see that what we addressed and all these legal issues and also our policy gaps are being implementing, not just in Slovenia, but in EU scope and also in our country, here in Greece, that these are necessary changes that you should take consider of. And it's quite of, not a relief, but it's a step forward to see you taking from your role as policymakers to take this experience and make it specific and legislative proposals. So thank you all for this first round of our discussion. I would like to share also a common second question. So in your perspective, how can EU policymakers incorporate the lessons learned from this project again into broader policies on refugee integration systems? So could we start from Ms. Evdokia Bakalou?
Sure. It will be more a broad answer to that, Sandinas, because successful integration involves multiple factors that are strongly interconnected. Developing common practices and tools are enhancing cooperation and coordination at the European level, but also is of utmost secure to guard the child's interests. In this framework, the Integration and Support Unit, especially the head of the unit, Ms. Kelly, who is in Norway right now for a training, she always supports all the integration projects funded from EU as well. And we recently completed an AMIF project, the Roadmap to Adulthood, where we had cooperation with other states also, and they focus on the handbook that was published from the state members regarding the smooth integration of adulthood and how we support in a more supportive way, but also having always the children their active participation into this project, and that was a best practice that we saw from this one, and we also proposed this approach. And as we said before, when we include children, then it comes the best result out of all the projects. So extroversion and multisectoral cooperation are fundamental principles for General Secretariat, and this framework also we cooperate with all the civil society, but also with other member states, and we have noticed that exchange of good practices and mainstreaming this, ensuring harmonized implementation across the EU, but by taking into account also the various national contexts and specificities. And these are all aspects of a protection system that must be in place at an EU also level, and we are confident that European solutions and interstate cooperation ensure the continuous care and the promotion of children's best interest. So thank you for your support.
Thank you very much. I think I bear a bit bigger burden here to reply to this question. I think I will have a more technical approach. I think it might be useful for all of you as well. For example, this project has been part of what we call Union Action back in 2020. What Commission does with this, this is the way we operate this kind of grants is through direct management. We are directly responsible for giving the money to civil society organizations in order to implement the various projects. So we have periodically open calls, and we invite civil society organizations to pilot projects. We pilot the projects in order to have specific deliverables and recommendations from your end, because when you implement this project, you know what works and what is not working. You can say to us what is the best way to approach a specific subject. So this is more or less how it works. So we take this recommendation, we analyze those deliverables, and then we let's say, give feedback to our policy level. So more or less, this is how the system works. But I think it would be a bit more useful to, this is the technical part, to elaborate overall what we do at EU level. As I said already in my previous question, we have, of course, the EU Action Plan on Integration that has suggests concrete measures to the member states. Apart from that, we are also we support the member states with capacity building. So there is a special instrument called TSI, where member states can apply for capacity building. So it is projects that help the member states whenever they see that they lack something to. We hire, let's say, specialists in order to capacitate the member states. Apart from that, we support member states by creating partnerships. So, for example, we have the European Integration Network, where representatives from all member states meet and discuss at policy level. They share ideas and challenges. And we also have, for example, the urban agenda, which brings together the European Commission, civil society organizations, and of course the member state, and discuss. Again, it is a form of discussion, of exchanges, exchanging ideas. And main result from this urban agenda was also the European Migrant Advisory Board, where Mr. Yunus Mohammadi is already part of it and was elected a member of the board, if not mistaken, last month. Also, we have the Urban Academy on Integration, which is a training program for integration for policymakers. So we also work at this level, but the biggest, let's say, part of how we operate is funding. We support member states through funding. The European Commission works with let's say, for a 7-year period. So we have the so-called multi-annual financial framework. So we set our priorities for the next, every 7 years. And we have different financial tools, but the most known to you is the AMIF, the one that funds also this project, and the ESF. Between, for the current period, 2021-2027, both there is an increased budget for both of these instruments, showcasing that integration is an important file and we give priority. So for AMIF, for example, from 7 billions, it increased to 9.9 millions, while for ESF Plus, it is around 100 millions for the next period. So those two financial instruments, they have some differences from the angle of integration. AMIF is the instrument that funds, let's say, early integration, so we can find there measures for integration for education, language, other trainings, like, for example, like civic education courses, like the project that you implement, professional guidance, etc. While the perspective from the ESF is to fund more long-term solutions. 25% of the ESF Plus is dedicated to promote social inclusion. And ESF has a more holistic and inclusive approach, does not target specifically migrant population like AMIF does. It considers as a target group all, let's say, vulnerable groups. So it treats, let's say, the migrants together with Roma or other vulnerable groups. Apart from ESF and AMIF, we have also other funds that someone can find some money, let's say, in order to implement integration activities. It is the ERDF, the European Regional Development Fund. I will just go through them quickly, just to show you that it's not only those two. There you can find more money. It's the European Agricultural Fund for Rural Development, is the European Maritime and Fisheries Fund, the Citizens' Equality Rights and Value Programme, the Erasmus, and the European Solidarity Corps. Of course, through this funding, the biggest proportion is channeled through the national programs, through the member states. It is true that civil society do not, let's say, have direct access. They do have through the union actions that I mentioned, but the big bulk of money, let's say, it's for the member states. And this is, here I will take the point of the sustainability that you mentioned earlier. The European Commission is funding sustainability, is funding the member states in order to develop sustainable projects, but goes through the member states. These policies this funding, let's say, do not go through the civil society organizations. What civil society organizations do, they can be part of the national committees, national monitoring committees for the implementation of EU funds. For example, here in Greece, civil society organizations are part of the monitoring, and there you have the chance to actively participate and shape the national policies. But of course, as I mentioned, we have also the partnerships that you participate and you can advocate and make, let's say, a difference. And I think it's, maybe you already know, but Monica also said that. We have a dedicated web page that you can refer to whenever it comes for funding opportunities, that you can search by topic and find what is available, what is open. That's it from my end.
Many of our participants would find very helpful your insights and all your sharing data on funding programs. This is an ongoing conversation between policymakers, NGOs, and member states, of course. I do not want to make a comment at this point. I would like to give the floor, pass the floor to Mr. Primos for the same questions, again, from your national level scope. Mr. Primos. He can hear us? Okay. This is us or... Okay. So as we can see, it is a huge, there is a very big impact, good one and bad one, pressing the NGO organizations, because as we can see, all this liquidity of money, of funding, and how this goes, and what we perceive, and what it will give back. At some point, it's very good to see that our proposals are making into policies, and this is very good to know. But it still, there is, this continuity. There is no continuity. There is no sustainability. In my perception of what my colleague said, it's very, very important for the long-term empowerment of our needs and of our services too, in order for us to address and produce services to the population we would like to serve. So I think this is a very big topic. This is an ongoing procedure, always, and a conversation. So I would like to activate a bit our participants here, or the online participants, if you would like to address a question. It would be nice to have your scope, your notes, your thoughts, your ideas, your comments on our policy proposals, or we could move forward, of course, but I think that we recognize and we have common assumptions in this topic. From our role, I believe that we do our best to give the services back to minors, the most vulnerable population, as all participants share with us. We do face numerous legal and also practical obstacles in this journey, mostly minors themselves. They are having so many obstacles in their life to make them believe, to make them to be in a capacity level to be ready to integrate in the hosting communities. It is our role to be active, to be proactive. Please take advantage of our organization experience. Always, in order to make good policy, you have to be, let's say, all of us, we have to build our capacity better, and in order to produce better services to our population needs. So, I would like to thank you, since there is no other questions to be addressed to this very fine panelists, and thank you for your contribution to our conference today. Thank you all. Stefan, would you like to add something on our CIVILHOOD website, or enlighten us a bit, because we are completing the project on the deliverables, and it would be nice to have this view and address it to our audience. Thank you. You need computer.
Maybe if you can project just CIVILHOOD EU site, yes, where you can find all the results that we did in the more than 2 years now, the deliverables and all the toolkits. And also, after the project, there will be a report and everything also on our website that we are planning to do. We have deadline till March, so if anything or any doubts or any questions, you can contact us, and for sure we will continue to do our work in the future. The thematic and topic is something that needs to be addressed regularly, and at least from the partner side of you can, and for the partners consortium, you can always contact us, let's say for Slovenia, me, or for Greece, Konstantin, and all the rest. So thank you very much.
So throughout this duration of our project implementation, as we said during today, we did have a very rich stakeholder approach, and we are coming back to every and each one of them to address them with our material produced, with our deliverables, and our training materials soon. We do have three main outcomes. It would be the handbook for minors, the handbook for professionals working with minors, and also a handbook for various stakeholders. All of them are very, very, very useful tools, specific when it comes to civic education, and also in linking them with the labor market integration. We do have a lot of contents. As throughout their panel, we did have the chance to talk a bit on them, and so I would like, it was a very nice experience talking as from my role as a coordinator of this project today. Thank you for your participation. This was our last dissemination activity, let's say, to at least public one. We are ending, not ending, but we're ending our project end of February, but we are still committed to our civil project outcomes. And we already have made a structure in order to make, as I said in the beginning of this conference, trainings and workshops with other NGOs, and trying to link them with also national agencies under the labor market. So it is an ongoing process. This is not going to stop because a project ends. So I feel very comfortable to say that we did produce something to be disseminated, and something useful for minors and professionals in their ongoing process of the transition and integration. So thank you so much for your participation today. Thank you, my colleagues, for being here, and for all your work during these 2 years. My leading organization, and my lighthouse, let's say, because for me it's a new area. I didn't have the chance before, and I do not come with the background, so it is a great experience, and thank you, Ms. Sput, for it. So, for my side, I do like to thank you again. So, floor is yours, from my partner's side or from anyone else to address a final speech and not an opening one. Thank you all the participants. I think we did reach quite a number today. It was nice. We didn't have an active participation, though I believe that they did get a great feedback for our today's presence. Thank you all.
We would also like to congratulate all the CIVILHOOD partners here, okay, and you, Konstantinos, for the organization. Thank you very much.